Hey everybody, we're back with more Final Fantasy XIII after we ended up having to cut it short on Thursday because Twitch was a mess. We're back with more. Hey Amanda, hey Sina, how you guys doing? I appreciate that, Sina. Rock and roll. As a resident of Palampolam, Hope should never have been a candidate for the Purge. Radical government policy only concerned the inhabitants of the town of Bodom. Unfortunately for Hope and his mother, the Sanctum announces the Purge on the day they are visiting the coastal community, and the Sanctum soldiers rounding up the deportees make no distinction between locals and visitors. Later, at the Hanging Edge, Hope's mother is killed in the violence which erupts when the true nature of the Purge is revealed. This indirectly leads to Hope's encounter with the Pulse Fal'Cie and a transformation into a Cursed Fal'Cie. That's enough of that. I appreciate that, Amanda.
Guess we're fighting.
Where am I going? That way? That way. Let's go. Alright, let's see how the battle system's gonna work now that we've got 3 characters again. Go. On. There we go. Almost lost it. Come on, get the damage out. Damn it.
Time to pull the old switcheroo!
Yeah.
I owe ya.
And one for Hope. Go. The stagger. There we go. We need to get Commando back in the party. It's just nasty otherwise.
There's something up there.
Oh, hello. You got birds.
Let's put these babies to work.
See what they got. Hold the 2, hold it up. There it is. Thankfully these things don't have as high a defense as the Pulse robots. But we gotta be careful about the specific timing of our attacks. Because without a commando, the stagger meter drains too quickly. But that went better. Feel like another 50 minutes left, Sina.
Isn't that
A warship from Pulse.
You mean they made it this far?
Of course not. Not during the war, not since. They might have tried, but none of their forces made it into Cocoon. They only damaged the outer rim. Then the Sanctum's Fal'Cie pushed them back. What'd you
say
sleep
that,
through
but
history?
with all the lines we've already been told, who's to say that isn't?
So,
Another one.
what's the ship from Pulse doing here?
Once the war was over, people couldn't live near the rim anymore.
in places like the Hanging Edge. So the Foul Sea, they gathered up scrap from Pulse and used it for rebuilding here. This is what was left. A bunch of garbage.
Who'd have thunk? A post-Foul Sea and who knows what mixed in with all the trash.
Who'da thunk?
Interesting thought. Who knows what else came in with the junk?
Do me a favor. Stop wandering off and stay where I can keep my eye on.
Okay, progress is there, so let's circle around the... That reminds me, I should check the Crystarium. See, how much more we need to put in it in a minute. I really don't like that our attacks can be interrupted by enemy attacks. Pretty frustrating. Right back to Ravagers. Nice. Could have gone better, could have gone worse. I'm gonna keep saying it, I know I am, but I really don't like the rating system for every battle. There's not really much CP worth doing it with then. Anything around here? No. Oh hey, pulse work bots. Just a one?
Let's
Nice.
get this
Oh,
over
no,
with.
Incubus. Let's take that out and then we can deal with the pulse bot.
Changing gears.
When it gets down to it, the rating system bothers me for a few reasons. One of which being, if we make it through the battle alive, with everybody alive, that's a success. With no real downside. Especially since the game resets your health after every fight. The rating system can fuck off. There it is. And we appreciate that, Shaun. I need to stop referring to myself as weak. So I think I'm gonna go maybe a little longer than normal today to make up for Thursday's short stream. On, take it down. That was
Thank
close.
goodness that's over.
Fuck you, you zero rating.
Want me to check things out?
There's another bot. Can we get those? Damn it. We almost got the drop on it. And then it turned around. Alright, incubus again. There's the stagger. Throw on Hope. And then throw it on Zaz.
Thanks.
Interesting thing to consider with Final Fantasy XIII is presumably the real-time battle style was made to try and get away from the menu-driven combat of previous games. But the way it works, especially with the paradigm shift, it's probably more menu-based than ever before. There we go. Not too much further. Cool. Got. Oh, neat. What does the metal one do? Just protects. Not all that useful. Anyway. Got the goodies. Now we make progress. Something's active up there.
Just as I was getting used to things.
Succubus, huh? Right, the incubi are physical and the succubus is magic. And the other one. He's not attacking, he's debuffing. Right. Okay. Oh. And then everyone just hits it.
Wisdom does come with age.
Definitely a problem Final Fantasy had around this time, and just Square in general. In that the battle system is a good indicator of like, a lot of the problems of Square around this time. In that it's a lot of style with no substance. is like the battle system looks flashy, but it's menu based as hell. And it's probably too based on reactions and everything. So it's a horrible mash of both. That at one point can be really fun and interesting to go with, but the game itself undermines that.
Bobbing and weaving.
I mean, for all the problems 15 had,
I owe ya.
at least its battle system knew what it wanted to be.
I appreciate it.
Hey, come on, you bullshit. Good, go. Makes me wonder what Final Fantasy 16 is going to end up doing. I wonder how far along that game actually is. I heard rumblings that it's actually way further than any of us would think.
Tough times, huh? Changing gears.
He'll hope and then we'll switch. I really hate fighting these things without a commando. And this is what I mean when I say the times that Final Fantasy 13 undermines its own battle system. Because when it works, it is actually kind of fun, and there's a good amount of strategy to it. Nice. Yeah. With 3 stars, I like you. That's... No, not that. Versarium. What have we got for Synergist? Vigilance, which boosts odds, interruption, and avoiding interruption. Not a bad one to have. That's full. Cool. And hope. What do you got for Synergist? More health. Medic. Yeah, let's go with the rest of this. I do appreciate the visible increase in numbers with every dot on the Crystarium. I kind of wish more of it was available at once, like if they had an equivalent of Final Fantasy X's expert sphere grid. I think that could really help the battle system in this game to have something like that.
Hey, welcome to the party.
You miss us?
Would it kill her to smile?
Time to move.
Okay.
There we go. Alright, and now Lightning has a bunch of stuff for us. And she's the only commando, we'll focus on that. And then do Ravager. Anyway. Anyway. Okay, so Lightning is in, which means rework paradigms. Ravager Commando Medic, Ravager Rabbit Tool. No. We change that to Synergist. Hey, video games. You're only like 25 minutes in. You're not really missed anything. You don't have to worry too much about that. Ravager Medic and Synergist Medic Commando. Yes. Well, I've not hit any bosses, so you've not missed any of that. I think up ahead's gonna be a boss fight, though. But I think it's an Eidolon fight, so I forget if they have their own music. Alright, let's see how much better this goes with Commando. Building the stagger meter is so much simpler with a Commando. There we go. Yeah, once you get to Pulse, the game really pushes the grind. And it's something I've said before, like, people are always like, oh, you can stick with Final Fantasy 13, it gets good 30 hours in. It's like, one, that's not an endorsement, and two, no it doesn't, it just gets grind with 30 hours in. Nothing like going into Grand Pulse and all of a sudden you're getting beaten into the dirt by a King Behemoth. Like, oh yeah, great. Anyway.
I'll do what I can.
Oh, they're up there. I like the battle song, honestly. I think that one's Blinded by the Light, specifically. I like it, I think it's a pretty good song. I was saying previously that 13 kind of puts itself out on the wrong foot to begin with, by changing a bunch of familiar music cues. Like the Victory music theme is completely different for some reason. It's not the da 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 anymore like it had been for the past 12 games. They changed it to a new one that is nowhere near as memorable. I have no idea why. Like, the rest of the soundtrack is pretty good. You know, I can hear what you're saying. I can definitely hear that. Especially the opening part of the battle theme, definitely.
I'm tougher than you thought, huh?
Anyway. What is this?
Here we go. Nothing to it.
There's a weird set of stairs. Where's the next marker? There.
Doing good.
Oh, they said the... Yeah, you know what? No, I can hear that as well. Interesting point. Well, it wasn't... I think Uematsu only did a few songs in this game, as opposed to the previous games where he did like the entire soundtrack. Reflecting different styles of different musical talents, I guess. Come on.
Wisdom does come with age.
One day we'll be out of this junkyard. More ambush. Not much of an ambush when you can see them on the map. And this is the 5th time they've done it.
Just as I was getting used to things.
Take that! Take that!
Hey. The last few battles have really made the point of the battle system is really built to work with a commando, which makes it especially weird that they put me without a commando for that last section.
Time to get serious.
Desperate struggle, tested on the sea, and defies of fate. 13. I don't really know a lot of 13's tracks by name. It's not a soundtrack I look into that often, but I do think that it's not a bad soundtrack. It grew on me over the course of my first playthrough.
Follow the old guy's lead.
And I think it's kind of disingenuous to despise 13's soundtrack out of hand because it's 13. Takes the bad with the good.
Time to pull the old switcheroo.
It's one of those things, very few games are truly irredeemable. Almost everything has something good about it. Not every game, but almost every game has something redeemable. Okay. Okay, what does that do? And actually a fair point. Oh, yeah. Ember ring. Resist fire. I don't know if we're coming up against anything fire-based. Yeah, I've said a lot of bad things about XIII in the past, based on my original playthrough.
Hurry
But I
up!
wanted to give it another shot because things can always look better than you thought with a second glance. It was a thing that I wanted to do after I played Arkham Knight for the second time. When I first played Arkham Knight, I was really disappointed with it overall. When I eventually went back and replayed it,
What do you suppose that is?
I thought better of it. Knowing what I was going into, I thought better of it, and I quite enjoyed it. And with that, I was thinking, at the time, like, what else might I feel the same way about?
Armament.
And I wanted to give Final Fantasy XIII another try for that
And that's
exact
bad
reason.
for us, isn't it?
You have eyes, don't you?
You know, I can't recall the Dissidia version of XIII's battle theme. This is Death Wish. I thought it might be. But the only one I knew the name for sure of was the regular battle theme, Blinded by Light. Blinded by the Light. Yeah, that's probably it.
Hold it together.
Alright, let's really get this party started. Come on, heal lightning. Okay, full attack. If we can hit that stagger point, we're done. There it is. Being unable to control the positioning of your party is always a problem in this game.
I thought we were goners. You all right?
I think so. Incoming.
No joke. I feel like the presentation of this game, especially in its battles and where the battles try to look more dynamic, is kind of trying to do something like what Lost Odyssey did. Because Lost Odyssey had the classic turn-based battle system.
Follow the old guy's
But it was
lead.
also a lot more cinematic, I guess, about it. And battles weren't just constrained to one place. I don't know, it's kind of difficult to explain. You really have to see it to understand the comparison between the two, I guess. Yeah, I think that was... I said this earlier, I think it was problem with a lot of what Square put out around this time. A lot of it was style over substance.
Time to pull the old switcheroo!
And I think at one point they did actually say they wanted battles to look like they did in Advent Children. Which is something you just never really did get in an RPG system.
Bobbing and weaving.
Yeah, and the paradigm system looks flashy, but it's really just a way of taking what previous games had of characters being able to do more and cutting it into pieces. For no real reason. There we go, finally another commando.
Pulse is crawling with things like that.
Well, I think the game
Isn't
I've
it?
played that had
Got me.
battles...
Not even the Corps has access to intel on Pulse. Soldiers in the field fight blind.
Yeah, I noticed that. But don't you need to know exactly what you're up against?
Target's a
I
target.
think the game I've played that has a battle
You
as a
like to
fighting
keep it
system
simple,
closest
don't you?
to
I stick to my
Advent
goal.
Children was probably
As
Metal
long
Gear
as you have a
Rising.
goal, you can fight.
You can stay alive.
You can upgrade weapons and accessories at save stations using your Omnikit and the various components you collect on your journey. First approach a save station and press A to access it, then press upgrade from the save station menu to access the workbench. After choosing upgrade, select the weapon or accessory you wish to improve. Next, you will need to select the type of component you wish to use for the upgrade as well as the quantity. The combined experience value of the chosen components will then be applied to the target piece of equipment. After enough experience has been spent on a weapon or accessory, its level will increase, improving its attributes and abilities. Certain components bestow a bonus to any XP spent on a piece of equipment. By utilising these components, you will be able to make more efficient upgrades. Likewise, some components reduce an item's XP bonus. Careful consideration is required when deciding which components to employ. Once a particular piece of equipment has reached its maximum potential, its level will be replaced by a star. At this point, no further level advancement is possible, but the item can be transformed into an entirely different one by means of specialized components. When this happens, both its names and properties will change. A newly transformed weapon may initially seem weaker than it did in its previous form, but unlike its fully upgraded predecessor, it will be eligible for a level advancement. Through further upgrades, it can be made even more powerful than its earlier incarnation. Unwanted equipment can be scrapped for parts by selecting dismantle. The equipment itself will be destroyed, but you'll be able to salvage components, some of which can be obtained in no other way. There exist well over 100 different components. Obtain as many as possible and experiment with their effects in order to determine the most efficient and effective ways to customize your arsenal. Yeah. The way the paradigm system works feels like it's made specifically to bring battles to a stop in a lot of ways. But that didn't go very far, did it? Like, oh no, somebody needs healing, which means everything has to change because you only have a limited number of paradigms. So chances are you're going to make paradigms specifically for specific things. And it's like, now that we've got Edic for Lightning and Commando for Zaz, we've got to rework this entire thing to try and get some more effectiveness out of it. Whereas in previous games, it would have been a case of, no, you can just do everything regardless. Okay. This can change. Synergist, medic. This one feels unnecessary. That's better. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. Alright, let's go. I don't know, I mean,
Scout ahead.
Square wanted to make a more active battle system to look somewhat more like Advent Children. I feel like going this route was definitely the wrong option. And they were never going to get anything that worked like Advent Children, because Advent Children was too over the top for it. But one thing they could have done would have been to look at what Tales does. Tales of games. Think 15? I'd argue Dissidia. Like Dissidia specifically because it's not trying to be an RPG combat system. 15, I think, suffered in a lot of ways. For not really knowing what it wanted to be. And so I had the problem when I was doing 15 of I got to the end of the game and still wasn't... I didn't really get how to do the combat properly. It didn't flow for me. But I got good at Dissidia. And I think the party in Final Fantasy 15 also let that down somewhat. That'll do. I'm there in 15 in the endgame dungeon. Still have no idea how to do it. Getting past the starter weapon problem is just a case of going into a shop and picking up a new one in a lot of games. I mean, it depends on the RPG, honestly. Like Final Fantasy VIII never gives you new weapons. You can upgrade them, but chances are on your first playthrough through Final Fantasy VIII, you're never gonna.
Not much of a future for us, huh?
Hard to picture a happy ending.
We don't even know where to go.
Hey,
I
Clem.
do.
Huh?
There.
Eden? The Sanctum Seat of Power. Oh, that's a great idea. Just charge right in there. Give him a taste of Lassie terror.
How you doing, Clem?
You're serious?
Keep running.
You like the design of
It's die
what?
or turn Seath. There's
13,
no place for Lassie
15,
to hide.
8?
No.
Dissidia?
They want to fight. Let's take it to the Sanctum's door.
This isn't a game.
No. That's for damn sure. Started with Sarah. The Fal'Cie took her.
Doing
No,
good?
I'm Lassie
I'm
too.
glad. Glad to hear that, Clem.
And the Sanctum's hunting me. An enemy of the state. But who's pulling their strings? A Fal'Cie. Eden. Cocoon's sustainer and guiding light. It probably ordered the purge, too. Pulse and Sanctum Fal'Cie, they're all the same. And we're all the same to them. Expendable.
What are
I'm
people
not
to a
dying
god?
Fal'Cie slave.
Or ants?
So, what are you gonna do?
Destroy it.
By yourself? Are you crazy? Say you pull it off, What's that get you? Satisfaction? Something happens to Eden, it's lights out Cocoon. You want that? You're a post-Lassie now, so you just want to snuff out Cocoon.
No! What about Sarah? She said to save Cocoon. It might even be our focus to make sure Cocoon's...
Our focus doesn't matter. I don't take orders from Fal'Cie. How I live is up to me.
Don't you mean how you die?
Think like that, and it's already over. Better to pick your path and keep moving.
No, I think Zaz has the right
Don't
idea.
worry. I'm after the Sanctum. I'm not out to destroy the world. If it did come to that, wonder if our hero'd try to stop me.
You want to fight Snow now? Just like that, and your enemies?
We were always enemies. I never liked him. He was a
Next
prick.
time we meet, we might be too.
I'd fight Snow just because he looked at me.
When the fear sank in, it tore us all apart. Lightning was suffering, reaching out to us, but none of us could see it.
Lightning was reaching out to us by
Snow
telling
deserves
us
it.
to fuck off. So
If
none of
only
us
I'd
could
been
see
stronger.
that she was trying to reach out to us.
None of this ever would have happened. I don't know what I should do.
That makes two of us. Whoa! Hey!
Hey, you're taking care of me.
Well, it won't be if you keep pushing me like that.
You were holding the shift key.
Wait for me!
I do want to get to Lightning Returns at some point. I repeat myself a lot on the stream, but like
Going
13,
with
Lightning
you.
Returns
I can't
13
babysit you anymore.
is like one of the
I can
only
fight.
games in the
I'm not
past 10
afraid.
years I've bought because the back of the box interested me.
Great. A SciComm hit squad.
Nice of them all to just stand there after that, wasn't it? That guy in the back's using Cure. Yeah. Despite the complaints and the distaste for 13, I want to do the entire trilogy. I am interested in it.
Not bad.
Really? Thanks.
Well, no going back. Not like we were going to go back anyway with how linear the progression is.
Uh-oh. Army's out to play.
What now?
What now? I mean, we could stay here, but shouldn't we...
Run?
Huh?
We should run. If we rush in now, we'll just get in our way.
You know, you're right. I guess. I mean, it's not like Lightning needs any help.
Okay, but what about the kid?
There'll be more soldiers. We should keep moving. Lightning? Are you worried about the others? I'm sure they got away okay.
So can you if you leave now. With me, it'll be fight.
Oh no,
after
I
fight.
don't care, but the
don't know
characters
how it'll
should be
end.
caring.
It's anybody's
That's kind of
guess.
the point.
I know that. But I need to be stronger. Lightning,
Call me Light.
what's the plan from here?
Through the Gapra Whitewood to Palampolum. We'll find transport to Eden.
I live in Palampolum. I can show you all the shortcuts.
No side trips.
No need. I don't think Lassie are welcome at home.
Yeah, no, I don't hate Hope as much as Snow. Commando and Medic. Medic and Synergist. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'd leave Snow to die. Hope? Yeah, I don't know. My conscience would get the better of me. Yeah, I'd push Snow off the catwalk without railings. Still wandering through the junkyard. That reminds me, I didn't upgrade Hope's weapon. Hope did nothing wrong. Hope did less wrong than Snow. Hope does do a lot of whining, and it's the problem. Hope has multiple chances to confront Snow about his problem, and then just doesn't, and then spends ages whining about how he did. And that's my big problem with Hope. Once he gets over it, he does become better, but that's a long way into the game. Alright. Keep going. Frame rate died for a second there. Hello. Get him. There we go. Ooh, fiber optic cable. Now I can get a better internet connection in this junkyard.
Calm down.
I don't know. Weird. And there we go. How we doing? 172. Yeah, let's check it. Well, that didn't go far. That looked dumb as hell. Well, let's go back up and watch that again. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, come on, we snuck up on that. Look it round and smack. Oh. Right bumper brings up the info about him. Interesting. Actually brings up another point. I really don't think this game is balanced properly for the way that you get a game over if the main character dies. That's frustrating. Frustrating in games that have built their entire legacy around it, like Shin Megami Tensei. In this, it's even worse.
Any trace of the Lassie? Nothing. No sign it's been activated. Huh? Who's there?
Oh well, that was great stealth work. Did that even need a cutscene? Okay, very nice.
What was SciComm doing here?
Probably thought we'd try and use a pulse machine to escape.
Maybe we should try it. What does this do?
Hey,
What do you mean,
you're
what
gonna
does it
hurt
do? We
yourself.
fought
Don't
one of
touch
them like
that.
10 minutes ago.
Wait, what if it works?
Leave it. I told you to leave it.
Stop! Stop already!
Yeah, Hope is 14.
I think I got it.
Like I say, the big
Right.
problem I have with
I
him
think I
is
can
just
work
that
this.
he whines so much about how he didn't talk to Snow when he had the chance. It leaves him with very little other character for a long time. These Herculean combat machines are capable of clearing away enemy hordes with mighty blows or simply trampling over foes who stand in their path. Attacking with A consumes power, but breaking through fences will recharge the machine's power reserves. Why? While piloting an armament, enemies cannot harm the party. Alright, and through there. Just why just breaking through a fence recharge that? Also, the camera here is really not that good. I forgot this was a thing. It makes me think back to like Final Fantasy VII, and like, hey, remember the early minigame riding something that 7 had of the crazy motorcycle, the G-bike, and how that was actually kind of fun, and this isn't. And the camera is so awkwardly placed for that. You cannot see where you're going.
Nice
Well, that
landing.
happened.
Let's get moving.
Just need a minute. I'm still a bit winded.
You're too soft.
Alright, you know what?
Wait up.
Fuck you, Lightning. He just barged away through a load of machines for you and then fell off the cliff and you're like, oh, you're too soft. Fuck off, Lightning. I'll stand for Hope on that one. Anything up here? Doesn't look like it. I think Hope's in the right there. Like, Hope manages to reactivate a pulse machine, barges through a load of robots,
We find another one of those things.
and then it falls off a cliff because the whole thing isn't that well programmed. And Lightning's not like, good work, she's like, hey, you're an idiot, get better. And it's like, you know what, no, fuck you, Lightning. Oh, I'll agree that Hope is whiny, but when Hope's in the right, I'll stand for Hope. Shouldn't have fallen off a cliff. More than Lightning was doing. Welcome back, Sana. Sexy. Yeah, no, I don't see it with Lightning. Other Final Fantasy protagonists? Sure. Lightning? No. Don't see it at all. Alright, get the ranger. Or the tracker, I guess. Let's go. I don't think she's got an attractive personality or an attractive face. If I was going to pick any one character out of this, it would be either Fang or Jill Nabat, who we haven't actually met yet. Not for a personality though, God no. Jill Nabat's a monster. Oh, drag. I said this before, like, people are always like she's a female Cloud, and it seems like that's what she's designed to be, but personality-wise, she's way more like Squall. She's only like Cloud in what Square turned Cloud into in the rest of the compilation of 7. Megan Chan. Megan Chan? I don't know what you're talking about there, Sana. Yeah, Lightning's only really like Cloud, hot chicken glasses. If that's a real person, I don't know who it is. Yeah, personality-wise, Lightning is only real like Cloud in what they changed Cloud's personality to be in the compilation of FF7. Not how he actually was in FF7. Like I say, she's way more like Squall. People weep. Okay. There's only so much time in the day. Do I want to spend that time watching anime that may be garbage? Or play video games, which may be garbage. Different... What? McGann means glasses? Okay. I could multitask, but ah, shit. When I'm playing a game that I want to focus on, I don't have anything on in the background. I've done it with some games, like Just Cause 2 and 3 were great games to play when you just want to keep your hands and eyes occupied while you're listening to something. Dark Souls isn't too bad for that. Earth Defense Force is great for that. You're not wrong, but with that kind of thing, I tend to put on stuff that I only have to listen to rather than watch. Like when I was grinding with Digital Devil Saga, I had YouTube videos on that were primarily about commentary rather than visuals. Anything with a good dub? I haven't really watched anything in a while. The only thing I'm watching at all is Star Trek Next Generation, which I watch while I eat food. I have got Black Lagoon on my Netflix list, though, so... But yeah, I'm only really watching Next Generation while I eat food.
This isn't working.
Alright, Clem. I think we'll probably be here for a while.
You'll just slow me down.
So maybe we'll see you again
I'm
today.
sorry, but I can't
But if
protect
not,
you
have yourself a good time, buddy.
You can't leave me here. You gotta take me with you.
Enough! The whole world is against us. I can barely keep myself alive, let alone some helpless kid! I don't have time to baby you. You want to get tough? Do it on your own!
What's that? Lightning's a mega bitch.
This cannot be happening. Look out!
It really is. Alright, big guy. Yeah, I can't remember how to deal with this. Heal Hope, I think?
Follow my lead!
I fucking hate these Eidolon folks. Where these fights are basically supposed to be puzzles with time limits, really don't like the way they work out. I'd say it's on Netflix, and it's on my list on Netflix. Isn't Hope's Post Prize provide buffs?
Let's go!
Thankfully I had this paradigm system set up. I mean, the stealth meter's going up, but I need it to go up faster. On, go up, god damn it. Heal the wounded and amass chain bonuses.
Take down the enemy.
There it is.
Just like that.
I hate how the Eidolons always come along. God, piss off, I'm busy. I hate how the Eidolons always come along and they're puzzle bosses, and I hate that they're on a time limit. I don't like the fact that they're puzzle bosses to begin with, but the time limit's the worst part.
Thanks.
Come on.
Thank you.
Go.
Let's go! Take down the enemy.
Thank you.
Come on.
Let's go! Take down the enemy.
So then Odin becomes Sleipnir and doesn't even have 6 legs. But yeah, I hate the Eidolon fights and the way that they're just... The riddles they play with you, it's just not fun,
Lightning.
I don't think.
Whoa. Your brand looks different. Was that an Eidolon? Like Lassie can summon?
Magic and mumbo jumbo. I must have hit my head on that purge train.
Am I really in your way? I'll do better. I'll try harder.
And that's why
We'll toughen
FF8
you up.
Sleipnir was weak.
I'm sorry.
I don't
About
remember
before.
Bahamut's designing this. I remember Odin and I remember Shiva, and I remember Shiva mostly because Shiva's 2 people now. And that's kind of it. I remember Zaz gets a car. Dragon's spaceship. Less cool Ragnarok. That's fair enough. We'll get to him, since we're doing the full playthrough. If all we were doing was walking forward a little bit, why was that even playable?
Got my back?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I hope those get Alexander. Lightning can spend technical points to summon her personal Eidolon, Odin. Only Lightning can summon Odin. Select techniques from the battle menu, then choose the summon command.
Odin.
Isn't Brynhilde new for this game?
Cut us a path!
Take a look at the Eidolon's SP gauge below. The SP gauge is depleted gradually over time, also whenever the Eidolon takes damage. If it reaches 0, the Eidolon will be dismissed. After summoning an Eidolon, you can press X to activate Gestalt mode at any time. This mode allows you to perform powerful attacks from the back of your Eidolon. Pay close attention to Lightning's Gestalt gauge. This represents the Gestalt mode's duration. Your Eidolon will disappear when the Gestalt mode expires, so it's best to activate it after the gauge is charged. Charge Gestalt gauge help your Eidolon attack enemies and build attack chains. Combat controls are slightly different in Gestalt mode. Press the button shown by the Gestalt dial to execute attacks. Dial's count will decrease every time you use an ability. When it reaches 0, your Eidolon will be dismissed. Hector. Why are you doing blips?
We do this together!
Oh, the meat guy. Wow, that was Epona's noise from Ocarina of Time.
Let's ride!
Goddamn, that was literally the same noise.
The storm is here!
No, I mean, it's the exact same sound. It's a stock sound.
Until next time.
One of those things, like, you keep an ear out for stuff. Sounds that you've heard so many times over the years, you can always identify like that. And it's literally the same noise Epona makes. Exact same pitch, exact same speed. That was not a 5-star fight.
We'll stop here.
Sorry.
Don't sweat it.
Character development means Lightning has to stop being a bitch for a bit.
I'll look around. You rest up.
No, it really is. I've played Ocarina of Time enough in my life to recognise the noise. At least Lightning grew a little bit. Well, character development is character development.
Not by a long shot.
Well, it was fun having a character with 4 ATB slots. Guess we're gonna lose her now. Yeah, Hope wants to shank Snow for like most of the game. It's gonna be a long time before he gets over it. Meanwhile, somewhere else. That is a good point, video games. It's a very good point. Hey, I can see a save point down there.
No sign of soldiers.
Guess
Where are
Lightning
we?
got their attention.
I wonder how Hope's doing.
They were headed towards Palampolum. Kid's on his way home.
How do you know they were heading
bet
towards Palampolum?
Good for him.
Gets a stupid tie.
What's wrong?
It's good. If they manage to slip in quietly. All of Cocoon is in the grip of pulse phobia. If a Lassie pops up on the radar, all hell will break loose.
They don't even know why they're scared.
Afraid of what they don't know. Afraid to find out more.
Yep, fear of the unknown,
Gets
very
worse
common
the
thing.
older you get.
Very common thing.
Terrified of what'll happen. The world probably would be better off without Pulse Lassie. I mean, most of them.
Gee, thanks. Let's go.
Okay, mood shift. Alright. Work on the stuff. Therium. Ando focus. Well, that went fast. Alright. Commando and Ravager, Synergist and Saboteur, Commando Medic. Ravager, let me get Ravager and no, Synergist. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Dude, where the fuck did we come from?
Wow. It's almost like a village.
Like, the game cuts back to these characters and they're just here, with no explanation of where here is. And no way to find out where here is in relation to everywhere else. Okay, so that's where Lightning and Hope were. That's where they split up. It's just a short distance, I guess.
Need to hurry up and get out of here.
Hmm. I think this is also a failing of 13. Because the way it moves through locations never properly establishes a map of the world in your mind.
Don't worry, Saz. You'll be okay with me.
Well, it's a case of, like, where are they in relation to the previous area? That's my point. It's something I think Final Fantasy X does better, and 10's the best comparison because 10 is, for the most part, a straight line as well. And Vanille's just running right past enemies.
Not bad.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we survived.
Why don't we look a little closer?
Space French. Who knows? Maybe the data log explains it, but I'm not reading it. I was discussing this with a friend yesterday. The way that Final Fantasy XIII falls down in not explaining a lot of its story, characters, or events in the actual story, the way it does it through the data log. And then comparing it with how Final Fantasy XV also falls down in explaining stuff like that in the actual game, how you have to find external sources to round out the actual game story and characters. It's like in this you have to read the data log, which is bad enough, and then 15 comes along and you've got to watch the prequel movie, you've got to get all the DLC, and then you've got to read the book. And then maybe you'll know what was going on. Oh, the world was empty, yeah. I just mean story-wise. Well, that's not entirely true, is it, son? It's 3 locations and a fuckload of nothing in between, and then it's Final Fantasy XIII again.
Wisdom does come with age.
I never forget that. Never forget that Final Fantasy XIII, Final Fantasy XV just loses it halfway through and then decides it's going to be a linear game after that. One of the most half-assed things I've ever seen. And the funny thing is, there are people who would have been way more into the
Looks like it doesn't
linear
work.
part.
I wonder if it just needs power.
I know people who quit Final Fantasy 15 because they got caught up in doing all the side stuff. And it's like, if you would have just ignored it and pushed forward a little bit, you would have gotten to actual direction that you probably would have preferred. You know what? I'm gonna say 15 because, like I say, 15 just drops it halfway through and becomes a straight linearity of 13. Hey, Teak, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, that's the thing, like, well, I know a bunch of people who got sidetracked with it, and then 15 push forward a little bit, and 15 becomes completely linear, like 13. It's one of the weirdest things. And we've got 15 lined up as to follow a goal for 200 followers, so like we'll get to 15 soon enough. Probably this year. And the fun stuff to look forward to with that is I have all the DLC, so we can actually get all the in-game story. Sounds like a boss. Sorry, see, I hope it works out for you, and you get less stressed. You're able to de-stress. Auric amulet. But yeah, we'll get to 15. I could do a thing of like having a watch party of Kingsglaive on Discord. Honestly, I feel like it would be more reasonable to do what I'm doing with this, like ignoring the data log and just like doing the same thing with that for $15, ignoring all the extra stuff. If you work it out, Teak, let me know, because I'd be interested in joining that. Yeah, I have no interest in rewatching Kingsglaive. I'm not gonna watch the Brotherhood anime. I'm not gonna read the fucking book. We're gonna take what's in the game and then we're gonna extrapolate what we can from that. And if we're left with questions that need to be answered that can't be answered by the game, then Square has failed.
Just as I was getting used to things.
Well, that's for a later date, when we eventually get to 15. I don't know. I don't recall. I don't recall any book for 15. Any book for 13. The book for 15, though, is specifically the plot lines they had set up for the extra DLC they made. It's like they did the season pass, the Prompto, Ignis, and Gladio DLCs. And then they did the Royal Pack, which was a separate DLC, and then they started doing more DLC. And the story still wasn't complete. And they only put out the Arden DLC, and then cancelled the rest, presumably because nobody cared anymore. And so from what I've heard, the rest of that DLC was worked into a book. But with 13, I don't think I've heard of a 13 book.
Wow! Look at that. I wonder what it's for.
Guess running's out of the question.
Alright, take out the soldier first. There we go. Well, there's the fun thing, Sina. I think the book is the one that explains it, but it turns out Arden isn't the true villain of Final Fantasy 15. The true villain of Final Fantasy 15 was Ephraim. Fucking dumb. Yeah, I would have preferred RNA. RNA was one of the few characters I actually cared about in 15. Cool, likable character. Yeah. Oh, is it bad? That's weird. I've not set one up to play. So they've just started? Am I blurry? Maybe a little bit. Oh, dumb as fuck. Okay, fair enough. I thought Twitch was getting shitty again. Putting an ad up when nobody's asked for one. Okay. Yeah, it's dumb as fuck. 15 is an unfinished game, and it becomes so obvious the more you play of it. Like how the Season Pass DLC covers what should be important events that would happen in the game. Which, like, I don't want to spoil that specific stuff because we're going to do it in the 15 stream. But even without the DLC stuff,
Time to get serious.
like, the game came out and they were updating it to add story to it.
Did you
And
see
it's
that
one of the most
coming?
unbelievable things.
Take that!
15 is going to be an experience, I can feel it. There it is. It becomes the thing, like I said after I finished 15, that I didn't like 13, but I was disappointed with 15. Yeah, Versus 13 was the most interesting thing. I remember saying to you, Sina, years ago, that back when Square was having all the trouble, what would be the best thing for Square to do?
Not electrocute myself.
Versus 13, put it out. It was the best looking thing they had. Of course, I think that was prior to Realm Reborn actually launching. You sure it's the tiny foam keyboard and not your giant thumbs? Huge monster thumbs.
Follow the old man's lead. Watch and learn, kid.
See, this becomes my problem with the Sentinel paradigm. The whole thing's meant as it's meant to be a tank. You use it for use the Sentinel paradigm for absorbing the blows, get the enemy's attention, get them to hit you. You can take the damage and stuff, and then like the game just drops it. Nope. Snow's the only one who has Sentinel for a long time, and we don't get Snow back for a while. And nobody else gets Sentinel for a long time. For a long time. Welcome back, Clem. Yeah, we'll get to Final Fantasy 15. It's 200 follower goal reward, so we'll see at some point. I think ultimately 15 is a shorter game than 13. There is something with 15 I want to do though as a bonus. I want to go through the demo. If you remember the episode Duske demo?
Let's get this over with.
I haven't been through it in a long time. Since the first time I went through it, I only went through it once. But I want to go through it after playing 15 again. And really get an idea of like... I recall the episode Duske demo and the combat in it being better than the final game. Which was something that I felt when we got the second demo, the Platinum demo, if you remember that. It's 15 song. I will not be able to recall it at all. Yeah, like the Platinum demo came out afterwards, and I remember playing that and thinking, wow, this is actually kind of shit. When I played the episode Duske demo and was like, you know, that's actually pretty good. I look forward to 15. And then the Platinum demo came out and was like, I don't look forward to 15 anymore. Gracia Mundi. Yeah, I don't know what song that is.
Pulse machines can't be that different.
I don't recall the songs, but no, the Platinum demo was terrible. That's an interesting point, actually. Should I do episode Duske, then Platinum demo, then the actual game? Or do the game and then episode Duske?
Let's give this a shot.
I still have episode Duske on my system. Just in case they ever took it off PSN. Ever removed it like Konami did with PT. But I don't have the Platinum demo because, like you say, it was shit. Okay, what did activating those actually do? Yeah, I have no idea what any of those songs are, so I know. I never played PT. I got a PS4 after it was taken off, and I've never seen PT. I think ultimately I don't really care. What is this over here?
Hope the wires aren't fried.
Hey, what did that do?
Aha! It's alive!
Way to go!
I'm still not convinced Silent Hills would have been any good. And for me, it's a similar case as, like, Resident Evil 1.5.
We can take him.
All the Resident Evil fans are like, oh, it's such a shame we never got Resident Evil 1.5, it looks so good. And it's like,
This thing must be for powering other machines, huh?
There's also the fact that 1.5 was scrapped for a reason. I think 1.5 is interesting as a glimpse into game development, but I don't care about 1.5 beyond that. Nothing wrong with hoping.
Way to go, Sam!
Bullseye!
Oh boy. There we go.
Did you see that coming?
Keep it together, Pop.
Yeah, I don't know. Glimpses into game development, I think, can be pretty interesting. And there are cancelled games that I genuinely wish hadn't been cancelled.
Watch and learn, kid.
Like Scalebound. Largely just for the idea of a fantasy game by Platinum. That'd be interesting.
We got this, Vanille.
Like actual fantasy. Okay, heal me now. Bayonetta 3 is definitely something still a little concerned about. I mean, I've said before, the 3 Switch games I was actually really interested in. Were all announced in the Game Awards 2017, I think. Pretty sure it was 2017. Bayonetta 3, Metroid Prime 4, and Shin Megami Tensei 5. Metroid Prime 4, we were told that development on that was scrapped and restarted. Okay, fair enough, that's why we haven't seen any of it. Shin Megami Tensei 5, we saw a trailer and then it went quiet, and then earlier this year, or like last year, we got a new trailer for it, and the release date is coming out this year. Great. Bayonetta 3 we've heard nothing and seen anything about. It's just been like, yeah, no, we're still working on it. Okay. Which does actually come across in a very similar way to how Versus 13 was presented for a long time. Like, yeah, no, Square's still working on Versus 13, apparently. Except they weren't. Yeah, we're being told development is going good. Alright, we'll be here when you get back, Simon. We're being told development is going good, but we're not being shown anything.
We finally made it.
Made it where? Is it a case that Bayonetta 3 was announced way too early? Well, that's the thing, like, even if Bayonetta was announced way too early, you'd think at this point we'd have at least some kind of trailer for it.
We gotta
And
sleep
there's
somewhere.
nothing. Absolutely
look okay?
nothing.
Yeah. Fine by me. All set. Okay, good night.
Not a care in the world.
Yeah, it's probably kind of concerning that, actually.
Oh!
What?
Do not cross this line. Understood?
But how is Zaz supposed to see if there's another blanket for him?
And good night again.
Did you just go to sleep already? Still a kid.
Well, if the clothes to get dirty, they'd have to make separate dirty models for them, and that wasn't going to happen. Meanwhile, in the sky...
Couldn't run if you wanted to.
You always push him out.
Look at you.
That's probably excessive.
Wonder what's under the hood of that thing.
Keep your pants on. You'll get a peek soon enough. Just try and behave.
I'm not gonna make any promises.
I'd appreciate it if he was
Cheeky boy,
pushed
aren't
off or jumped off.
We'll see how long that lasts.
He's come to meet you.
Hey, cat. Ooh, hey, a Final Fantasy IX reference. I'd have forgotten how overdone Sid is in this game.
Halt!
You must be Snow. Sid Raines, Brigadier General of the fleet.
Hi, Sid. Thanks for the escort.
Apologies. I just had a few questions to ask you. If it works like they tell us, That means she must have fulfilled her focus.
Sarah!
Fulfilled her focus. As a tainted pulse l'Cie, that is.
You think she was out to hurt Cocoon?
I'd
I don't know, previous airships in the series at least had some kind of
claim to know anything.
recognizable propulsion device or something.
For the sake of Cocoon.
The sake of Cocoon. We're from Cocoon. Shipping us out, purging innocent people. That's how you lend us a hand?
Those are the Sanctum's methods. The public fears what it doesn't know. It's grown tired of living in constant terror of these threats from the world below. So, the Sanctum devised a plan for you, l'Cie.
I'll bet.
A public execution. The people don't know any better. Strike down the phantoms before their eyes, and they sleep like babes.
No!
The Sanctum has intelligence on the other l'Cie.
It's amazing how absolutely worthless Snow is.
You'll never catch them.
I see. We'll need your help then, won't we?
Sarah.
Yeah, let's just go backwards chronologically. As if this was a Tarantino movie, but more poorly structured.
You can't.
Oh yeah,
drop
2
the
days,
breakup bomb
2
like
games
that.
later, yeah.
Being alone's
Finally
alright, I
admits
guess.
that he's worthless.
Yep. Always was until we met. Then we did. And now I know there's something better. Being with you.
She said no, Snow.
We've come too far to quit now.
It's not your choice.
You really want to leave me?
I don't want to. I have to.
You sure you don't want to, though?
Listen,
Sure.
it's over. Please, stay away from me.
What happened? At least tell me that. If it was something I did, just say it.
You were voiced by Troy Baker, that's what the problem was. You were a poorly written character, that's what the problem was.
Okay.
Your bandana looks so fucking stupid, that's what the problem was. So many reasons.
Look. Branded by Pulse. I'm a l'Cie.
No.
Enemy of Cocoon. Danger to us all.
You're entitled to your opinion, Cat, but I'm gonna disagree.
Get it now? You're my enemy. Goodbye.
Couldn't you have put that bandage back on? I mean, if anybody sees that l'Cie brand, you've got a problem. Enemy of Cocoon. The big problem is, like, we don't even really know what Cocoon is.
Sarah!
Everything is so poorly defined. Yeah, but the voice might be better. I mean, if it was voiced by Nolan North, it wouldn't be as bad.
Sarah!
Those characters just
Where are
faded
you?
in. Which is especially bad considering this was a cutscene. It might as well be. It's true, I do. I feel like the frame rate is crapping itself here. And the game pretends to have an open area where you could maybe do Final Fantasy things like talk to people and stuff. And it's really a case... Oh, wait, what?
Sarah. Nah, she hasn't been by here.
Well, that's surprising. Yeah, we're playing this on a Xbox One via backwards compatibility. The only person thus far in the game we've actually been able to talk to who won't just say something as we run past. Yeah, it's the 360 version on Xbox One.
Put on a few pounds.
What's with the long face? You and Sarah have a fight?
Yeah, as the PC version
I don't mean to
works.
be insensitive, but if you get that upset just talking about breaking up, it's no wonder it happened.
That doesn't surprise me. I remember hearing a lot of trouble about the Square PC ports of this time. It's a disaster. That's not surprising. And this is where Sarah files a restraining order.
Sarah! What is your focus? LaCie have a focus, right? I'll go with you. Help you do it. Just let me.
No.
Will not run a certain
if
graphics
you're
card.
with me, the sanctum will...
Well, that's immediately a problem.
No matter what.
PC compatibility is
Come
always
too far to quit now.
the lingering concern with just playing PC games. You'd file a restraining order.
I don't know. I don't know my focus. I'm gonna be a monster.
I don't know.
Not if I...
Very little here makes sense.
I'll protect
Just taking it as we go.
We'll figure this out. Do it together. Okay?
Okay.
God, what a doormat.
If it's true what they say,
Yeah?
when we're finished, I'll turn to Crystal.
Don't worry. When LaCie complete
Oh,
their
the
focus,
Bayonetta.
they're blessed with the gift of eternity. They wouldn't call it eternity if you died. You'll see. You and me will always be together.
Even if death was all that she had waiting, nothing would have changed. Sarah was brave enough to face it.
Yeah. Definitely a problem for her as a person. This is disc 2. We're less than 7 hours in and we're on disc 2 now? God damn.
Can't believe we made it.
That'll slow down pursuit.
But
really?
Aren't there
A
troops
door?
on this side? We can't relax just yet.
Right. We press on. I'll take point. You watch our backs.
How often do you forget that
Actually-
lightning sword is also a gun? Because they never
Why don't
really
you let
use
me
it as a
take
gun.
Can you handle it?
Yeah, go straight.
It's not a question of can or can't.
Now you're learning. Keep your eyes front. I'll watch the rear.
It's always been a weird hairstyle for me when I see lightning of like, yeah, no, just a bunch of hair down the side. She's got long hair, but not super long, and only down one side. And it's like, it's a weird style. And also it's this really weird shade of pink that's kind of unappealing.
I've got your back. You call the shots
Like,
now.
is it pink or is it not? Like, commit, Lightning. It is a hairstyle. Thanks for the clarification, video games. I wasn't sure on that. Rose colour. See, it looks better in the picture, the coloration of it. But in the game, underneath whatever lighting they've got, for it, it looks way too pale. She had a pink rinse. Alright, let's set the paradigms again. And Medic and Commando. That's probably right.
Don't stray too far.
It does. Like, that's the problem. Like, look at it.
Be wary, but don't be afraid.
Like, commit to the colour. Platinum blonde, rose pink. I feel like you're making things up now. Platinum blonde, rose pink in cutscenes, but medium blonde in game. Ugh. Alright. That's how we go. Alright. Yeah, I can't believe, like, look at that. Just under 7 hours. And that counts for continue attempts as well. And we're on disc 2 of 4. That's crazy. Yeah, this is faded. Yeah. Alright, where am I going? Okay.
No holding back!
Oh, this is gonna be a problem when lighting's controlled by the AI.
Amazing! Just another battle.
Oh boy. Anyway.
We can use the lights as a guide to keep us moving in the right direction.
Use the lights as a guide to keep us moving in the right direction. As if it's difficult to figure out what the right direction is, and it's not a completely linear path. Twist. I don't know, I don't really know the name of hairstyles. Or hairstyles, I guess. That's all. Yeah, I feel like Nomura's designs just got kind of weaker as the series went on.
Don't go chasing after enemies, it's a surefire way to get ambushed.
I don't think any of the designs in this game are as good as the designs in, like, Final Fantasy VIII. And then, of course, Final Fantasy 15 was just everybody's dressed in black. And Noctis can't decide whether or not he wants pants or shorts. So he's got 3/4 length pants. It's like, for fuck's sake, that's awful.
That wasn't so bad.
That boomerang literally just went into his ass. Chemo he is.
Right behind you.
That's the thing, when I say FF8, I don't even mean Squall specifically. Squall's design's fine. When you've got designs like
Have you ever been here before?
Quistis, I like the design of. Zell's design
No,
isn't that bad, though
I
the
haven't.
face tattoos kind of like.
This area is covered by the Woodlands Observation
Idea's
Battalion.
design's fantastic.
You scared?
Irvine's
not
design
really.
is
I'm ready to
fairly
fight if I have
unique
to.
in the series.
To keep you safe.
Yeah, a knife is better than that boomerang you've got.
I'll want it back.
Lightning.
Wearing chaps?
I'm glad I followed you. By myself, I would have had no chance.
The only thing I know about Lightning's outfit in
Time to move.
13, Lightning Returns, is that you can change it. And that they had Cloud and Yuna and I think Aerith as DLC costumes, which I'm not buying.
We ought to check that out.
No, we're not.
Trust me to cover your tail, and stay focused on moving forward.
Anything over here?
We can use the lights as a guide to keep us moving in the right direction.
Don't need to say that again. I still can't believe disc 1 is like 6 hours. 6.5 hours. Special form of chaps.
No holding back!
I do want to get to 13-2 and Lightning Returns. I'm not going to do them immediately after this, but I do want to get to them. Finishing this just puts them on the list. I mean, hell, I'm more interested in doing 13-2 than I am 15.
Let's keep this up!
Part of that is because I haven't done 13-2 before, but also, like, I don't hate the gameplay of this game. And I think the refinement 13-2 could offer could really make me enjoy it.
You're doing fine, Hope. Keep it up.
Oh yeah, she does have a different outfit in 13-2, doesn't she?
Yes!
I quite like the Ayabrea. The Ayabrea DLC outfit she gets in Duodecim. But to be fair, I think Ayabrea had a really clean design in the Third Birthday. Is that design from the Third Birthday, or is it like Parasite Eve 2? I don't even know. Like, she has an Ayabrea costume in the City of Duodecim. It's a DLC costume and it's quite nice. I think Third Birthday's a fine game.
That's it, Hope.
I think the big problem with it is people expect it to be Parasite Eve 3, and Square decided to call the main character Aya Brea. If it had been anything else, I think it would have been either better regarded or just forgotten.
The military uses this place for bioweapons research. Lots of angry teeth and claws.
I do want to do Parasite Eve at some point. I've never actually done it before. Not past Central Park, anyway.
Way to go!
Yeah. If I go through Parasite Eve, I'm going to want to go through all of them. So 1, 2, and 3rd birthday. Yep, choosing not to switch paradigms and possibly risking lightning dying was a 5-star move. But yeah, I mean, I can't really say much about the good and bad of 3rd birthday when I don't really have any connection to Parasite Eve. And even if I did now, the knowing exactly what 3rd birthday is would be different.
We can win this! Come. Would this work better, Light?
Yeah, taking it as a third-person shooter on Vita with on PSP with an interesting gimmick. It's one of the better shooters on Vita on PSP. Definitely one of the more interesting games Square put out on PSP. Yeah. Better than Lord of Arcana. Which isn't a bad game, it's just really a monster on the planet. Anyway, let's see what we got. Well, that's one of the things that we don't really get without checking the data log. The whole thing with Odin's appearance. Wondering what the hell happened there. My battery seems to have died. The whole thing with Odin's appearance and the Eidolon's appearance is supposed to be in response to a crisis of some kind with the characters. Like with Snow, it was his crisis of confidence. There we go. Hey, Chansum. How you doing, buddy? But like, if we check the data log specifically about the appearance of Odin, it's supposed to be in response to lightning feeling burdened by hope or something. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Why doesn't it matter? Because it's in the data log and the game should have actually had better writing to demonstrate that any of this happened.
Here!
You know, that sounds reasonable, Chansum. Yes, indeed.
How about this, Light?
Same with hope. I say it's a problem with the game's writing, the way it tries to cover everything up and like tries to add more to the world and the story with the data log, and it's a bad idea. I forget specifically what all the Eidolons are here for beyond Odin. Well, I'll take your word for it, it's probably right. How you doing, Chansum? I'm doing okay. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Winding down the complaining about Final Fantasy XIII, and it's just like complaining every now and then. Not complaining constantly. Trying to appreciate the characters as a little more than just crap.
What is it?
We need to hide.
How did he notice that when she didn't? And they were right next to each other. Yeah, the music's not bad.
They don't seem like they're even looking for us. I mean, we're Lassie and we're on the loose.
SciComm's keeping it all under wraps. They don't want their failure publicized. Better to lose us than lose their pride.
So the other soldiers don't know about us, right?
Right. They don't know anything about any fugitives.
Yeah, that's really the thing. Like, she was right next to Hope, and should have seen or heard anything before Hope did. You know, as the trained soldier.
Time to move.
Like, I get you want to make Hope a little more proactive, but there's better ways to do that than make Lightning seem like an idiot.
Concentration's important, but never lose sight of what's happening around you.
Also, Chansum, we're on disc 2 now. We hit 7 hours and we just moved to disc 2.
No holding back.
It's the kind of thing that the Xbox 360 really started to fall down on in later games of that generation. Which I didn't really see much because I was on the PS3 at the time. So I played this on PS3 and it was all one Blu-ray rather than 4 DVDs. Like the way game sizes started to balloon. Like the file size of games started to balloon and really started to become a problem for the DVD, the HD DVD disc size later on. That's the thing, Lightning should be always on alert, way more than Hope, and is a trained soldier. And like I say, they were stood next to each other. Alright, take it down. I thought Steve finished that. I thought that was the thing, like, he'd done it and wasn't gonna do it again. Come on. I want it to hit 100%. Yeah, man, if he wants to do it, might as well do it on stream where people will watch it. I mean, doing hardest difficulty challenges always has an audience. For some reason. I don't really get it, but, you know. Might as well do it on stream where people will watch it and you can get some out of it. Anyway, pretty much. There is a point later in the game where it becomes beneficial to actually choose your own abilities, but that is way further in the game. Plus the design, the level design, just being straight lines doesn't help. I mean, it looks nice. I'm gonna disagree. Like, it's just a hallway. Well, that's kind of the problem, I think, video games. The game spends so long conditioning you to just press auto battle that whenever you hit a point where you're better off not pressing that, you're kind of not prepared for
it. No problem.
Ugh. The entire game is just auto. Hold forward, occasionally turn it a little bit. Yeah. Like that boss we had in the first session. Which killed me like 5 times. Every other boss has been a case of, do I need to use buffs and debuffs or just heal? And like I say, that ties back into the synergist issue. Not the synergist, the sentinel issue. They give you sentinel, make you do a little something with it, and then take it away from you for hours. Which is really weird and counterproductive. So you don't really get an idea of how Sentinel flows in combat against tougher enemies. That's probably the goal.
It's one of the bulkhead
We
Yeah,
can't
you can
just
actually
rush into
block,
this.
but why do you need to? That's the problem. The game spends so long teaching you how to deal with fights every other way that it becomes a case of why do you need to block? Is Synergist really better than having a...
How about this, Light?
I don't have Synergist and Medic. God damn. It's like, okay, so I've got Synergist, I've got Sentinel, and Sentinels can take a hit. But is that preferable to having a Medic and a Synergist who can kind of protect and shell? Yeah, and a Saboteur that can debuff the enemy so they're not doing as much damage as well. So everybody gets to reap the benefits rather than just one person takes the attacks and can survive the damage. It's like right now we've got access between Lightning, Hope, Zaz and Vanille. We have access to all the other paradigms. And so you spend a long time learning exactly how each of those works and how they can be beneficial in a lot of situations. And Sentinel's just gone.
Stronger.
And so you spend so long not getting acclimated with Sentinel when you really should. If anything, rather than giving Lightning the medic role, they probably should have given us
How the
Sentinel.
others are doing.
Saz and Vanille? Who knows? Even if they got away, they'll get caught eventually. Then they'll have to choose. Resist, or surrender.
Surrender. Do you think he's still alive?
You mean Snow? He's too stubborn to die. And that's his best quality. He's arrogant and chummy from the get-go. He thinks he's everybody's pal. Never liked him much.
I can agree with
He leads around
Lightning
a
on
bunch
that.
of kids. Gang called Nora.
Where'd they get the name Nora?
It's a stupid acronym.
Yeah, the Nora thing is one of the
Their little
weirdest
code
coincidences.
Stands for no obligations.
Snow's
rules,
gang is
or
called Nora, and
authority.
Hope's
Must
mother
be
is
nice.
called Nora.
It's irresponsible.
Yeah, it's like the whole thing in Batman v Superman. You expect Hope at one point to turn around and say, "Why are you saying that name?" And as far as I remember, it has no relevance to anything in the plot. You forgot it because it's dumb. Okay, frame rate.
There are a lot of feral creatures here too. They're a little different from the military breeds. This is an army facility for turning wildlife into weapons.
Civilians aren't allowed in here, are they?
If thought Lightning or Vanille would
We'll
have
have to
said
be sure and
something
tell
to
them
Snow
if we
or
see
Hope.
any.
These open-air pens, designed to restrain experimental bioweapons, are equipped with electromagnetic containment fences linked to a site-wide biorhythmic monitoring system. Fences deactivate automatically when biorhythms for known high-risk species are no longer detected in proximity. So basically, you have to kill everything to progress. which doesn't really matter because I've been killing everything on the way anyway. Just snow, yeah. It's a big part of the reason why I think the whole issue of Hope's conflict with Snow and his whining over it is really just irritating.
Just another battle. These fences are for containing the animals.
Or even Hope.
Just block out everything else.
One of the biggest, like, it's a big cliche in a lot of genres, and I always absolutely hate it when it's really poorly handled. The lack of communication causing problems. When someone could just say something and everything would be better. And I always hate it when that's not what's done. Nobody says anything. And people just assume that people know. And the lack of communication just makes everything bad and worse.
Be ready for the next fight.
I think Final Fantasy XIII's regular gameplay comes across a lot better if you stop looking at it as an exploratory JRPG and just treat it as a dungeon crawler. Since the game is like 100% dungeon.
Here.
Get him. Welcome back, Sana. Not what I was after. Which special movie are you thinking of? Video games? Sorry, but you refuse to go to bed. That is fair enough. Video games to play. Alright. This way. Oh yeah. I think that's way later in the game. Because I feel like it takes up the entire ATB gauge, and I think it does it for like five slots. Yeah, no, if you end up at that point, Simon, like, what's even the point? But yeah, the Army of One, I remember that taking up like the full ATB gauge at like 5. Yeah, Chansom's here. Chansom will cheer you up, Sina. Going up. Look at all that extra stuff. Already feeling better. This is almost done. There we go. Making food. Yeah, it's like I said, was it last time? The way the game so strictly controls leveling.
I can do this.
It's like when we were playing it last time on Thursday. We discovered a place we could actually do some grinding if we wanted to. And it was a case of, what's the point? The game stops you from leveling at a certain point. Earn all the CP you want. Once you max out your current paradigms, it'll stop you. And you won't be able to level them up more. And then everything starts costing so much that grinding earlier isn't worth it. It becomes a case of it's not worth grinding until Grand Pulse. Because then, like, fighting all the enemies you come across in the game is basically what's expected of you. And then you get to Grand Pulse, and then the game expects you to grind. Food's good. Food is good. To be fair, Hulk using the boomerang I don't think is as weird as the weird thing that Vanille just pulls off the wall in Chapter 2.
Just another battle.
It's like a case of, like, okay, Vanille's like, oh, I need a weapon to fight monsters, and just pulls something off the wall. It's like, what is it? It throws strings. It throws out like 4 lines. A tree with antlers.
Caged in like the animals.
Oh no, is that another behemoth? Why is this game throwing so many behemoths at us?
Maybe we should try something.
I remember behemoths in late game, more dangerous behemoths that are actually a problem to fight. And it becomes a case of like, why are behemoths even this early in the game? You know, that's one thing I'll give to... Oh, shit. That's one thing I'll give to Final Fantasy 15. The presentation of the behemoth in that is fantastic. Which also happens really early game. But they make a point of like, no, the behemoth's too strong for you. Go and get the summon. And that's pretty neat. Oh yeah, we are not getting anywhere with this. But to be fair, with the Behemoth's presentation in 15, it was also in the episode Duske demo, which was one of the best points of the game. Not the part of the game that episode Duske ended up being, just episode Duske was one of the best parts of the game. That was a smart idea to keep launching it, if only Lightning had thought of that sooner.
Trip the security alarm. The observation battalion will be coming.
Let them come.
You know, look, bravery and courage and everything is all great. Recklessness and stupidity is not. Don't get overconfident just because you're taking out some monsters. That's what gets you killed.
Who can handle a climb like this?
With the way the battles are presented, camera-wise, a good look at a lot of the weapons, I think. As opposed to, like, previous Final Fantasies, and the way everybody would stand in a line and the camera would do close-ups on the characters when they do certain attacks, and you could actually get a look at the weapons.
Come on, Light.
I don't have any real feeling towards any of the weapons because I don't recognize any of them in this game.
Be ready for the next fight.
They could maybe mitigate that somewhat if they showed you the visual design of the weapon when you select it and equip it, like Kingdom Hearts does, but they don't. Okay, the kid's playing with the knife now. You need to take it off him.
Okay, I can tell you're hung up on something. Is it the Lassie thing? It's Snow, isn't it?
Yeah, the look on his face when she mentions Snow, and also the grip on the knife, says take the knife off him.
You and I are partners, Hope.
I want to shake Snow.
My mother was killed because of him. It's his fault. And he needs to pay for it. I'm not ready yet, but I will be.
Yeah, seriously,
soon.
take the knife off him.
That's why I followed you. Snow dragged us all into this. You and me, your sister Sarah.
Yeah, you don't actually know
He's
what was
gotta
going on
pay.
with a sister. At that point, you're just blaming Snow for the sake of blaming Snow. Which I'm down for, but, you know... recognize that you're doing it. Is it illegal? Is it illegal in Cocoon, Chanson? And even if it is, they're fugitives to begin with. No, I think this one. Change this to Edic and Synergy.
Gotta be stronger.
I'll take the lead. Time to move.
Seriously, it's pretty irresponsible to give a kid a knife
You just have to face your
while he's sat there, basically fingering the knife, talking about how Snow has to pay. And it's like, you know, maybe take the weapon away from him. If he wants to fight Snow with a boomerang, that's his problem. Don't give him weapons.
I'll never pull this off.
Hmm.
If I don't toughen up.
Am I? Just close Discord then. Yesterday and Sunday, not much I could do with it, because I'm on Discord talking to Clem for the stream. Today I don't even need Discord open while I'm on stream. Thanks for the heads up. See?
Nothing personal.
Yeah, but let's be fair. As many problems we can have with lightning. If she wants Snow dead, she'll kill him herself. She won't be like, yeah, no, let's get a 14-year-old to do it. Ah, you want to kill Snow, do you? I'll take point. Alright, kid's running off. Ugh.
Nothing I can't handle.
Yeah, I think if Lightning wanted Snow dead, she'd just kill him herself. I don't think she'd be like, yeah, no, Hope, you do it. Kind of awkward you can't control when launch happens as an attack, because being able to control it would be really useful, especially for dealing with a tougher enemy. Keep them off the ground so they can't cause problems. Stall tactic, it'd be good, it'd work. Star Pendant. That makes us immune to poison. No, it doesn't. It just raises poison resistance by 30%. How are you supposed to like Final Fantasy XIII when it does shit like that? You have to wait longer for the stagger gauge to be full. Yeah. Like, how are you supposed to like Final Fantasy XIII when it does shit like that? Like, yeah, no, Star Pendant, traditionally immunity to poison. And then 13 turns around and is like, no, poison resistance up by 30%. Like, you know what? No, screw your poison resistance. That's a robot. Wow, that didn't seem like anything at all.
Use one of those?
Bit too heavy for you.
Okay.
Just the way he's gripping that and the way he's messing around with it, you need to take that knife off him.
You became
No, but the
a
point
Lassie,
still stands.
So now you're gonna marry this idiot? And you think I'm gonna buy that? Full points for originality. But don't forget, if you really are a Lassie, it's my job to deal with you. Sis. This is ridiculous. Worst birthday ever.
Jump across the table and punch now.
Wait, Sarah! Why won't you believe her?
You kidding me? She gets made a Lassie and you pop the question?
Lightning, stop it!
Punch him.
No, you stop it! Get out of my house.
You're shutting her out! She's your sister! Fine.
You're trespassing now, Snow.
I'll protect her.
Get out of the house. Was Lightning just washing her hands with gloves on? And that's a sync, right? She just went with the hands.
How practical.
Like, dry them off. Washing dishes with her
We
gloves
interrupt
on.
this program to bring you an urgent Sanctum bulletin. Late last night, officials confirmed the presence of a pulse fal'Cie inside the city of Bodum. Acting with
You mean that
fal'Cie
huge
agents'
thing
approval, authorities declared a state of
was
emergency.
I'll see that nobody
The entire
noticed.
district will be quarantined in response to this crisis. This is a Sanctum bulletin. Late last night, officials confirmed the presence of a pulse fal'Cie inside the city of Bodum.
Yeah, not that kind of glove.
Sarah, I should have listened to you.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, no, I'm a Lassie. Here's my brand. I don't believe you. But here's the brand. I don't believe you. Okay. Yeah. I think it's just a poorly written game. Everybody's an idiot. Just trying to get married. You got some like glow in the dark paint. Just painted a brand on her. This is all your fault, Snow.
Just hang on!
target's a target.
There it is. You're right though, it is a dumb cutscene and lightning is really dumb there. I should have listened to you and believed all the evidence you presented. Yeah, I know. I have used that before. I've used it this stream, actually. Used it a bunch when we had Zaz, Vanille, and Hope. And so I had to make sure the attacks were properly timed to try and keep the stagger meter up, because we had 3 Ravagers and no Commando.
No problem.
Ugh. One of our biggest problems with a lot of it is like how unclear it is that like what the actual 145. Yeah, it probably would work out stronger, wouldn't it? Like just how unclear the focus is. Why? What reasons? In this case, oh yeah, no, just look into actually figuring out what your focus is and what you're supposed to do. And if you don't, you become a horrible undead monster. Well, that's dumb. That's definitely one of the problems with the story as well. The fact that you have no idea what you're doing. Like for so much of it, you have no idea what you're doing or what your goal is. Yeah. Now, like, you consider other Final Fantasy games and the way they present their objectives. The Final Fantasy VII, early on, it's like face off against the Shinra Corporation, and then it's they blow up the reactor, blow up the second reactor, try and get back, meet up with Tifa, try and get back. Rescue Aerith, and then the rest of the game is chase Sephiroth. Final Fantasy X, how it's like, go play Blitzball. Try and survive Sin's attack. Try and figure out what the hell's going on, and then the rest of the game is go on the pilgrimage. You have an idea of what you're doing and a goal to accomplish.
Keep your mind on
Here
the
it's
battle.
just like, what are we doing? What is the goal? The characters don't know, we don't know. We're just wandering around, hoping something will work out. Like, if it was presented to us clearly what the objective was, and it's like, oh, that's a bad objective, you can't do that. And then the game was trying to face the inevitability of having to do that, and then trying to work it into a positive. That could be something, but I don't know what's going on. I just don't know. And it's dumb.
go look ahead.
There's not even really short-term objectives that we understand. Like, Final Fantasy VIII takes a while before it's specifically about dealing with the sorcerers. You don't find the true objective of the game until Disc 3. Yeah, until Disc 3. And that's when the true objective of the game is actually revealed. But you're given short-term objectives that really help deal with that. In this case, there's really nothing, it's just keep walking. Alright, let's see how that compares then. Yeah, the Eidolons come out of nowhere, there's no real explanation for them unless you go into the data log, which we've said before, like, is a problem in and of itself. And then the fact that they cast Doom on you and you have to figure out the specific riddle of how to kill them, or how to raise the Gestalt meter in a time limit.
Let's get this over with.
Let's go back to Final Fantasy VIII for a while. And Final Fantasy VIII doesn't reveal its main objective for a long time.
Nothing personal.
But it has little bits. It's an escalating sequence, and you always understand why you're doing something. Yeah, you're confused? Let me just kill you then. What's that? You didn't immediately figure things out? Do you focus? Well, let me just kill you. You clearly don't deserve to live. Like Final Fantasy VIII, you always know why you're doing what you're doing.
Keep it up.
Like, go to the fire cavern. Why? Because you need to have gone through the fire cavern to be eligible for the afternoon's exam. Okay, cool. Do the exam. Why? Because it's the final exam of your training period in the military school you're in. And then you're a mercenary, and it's a case of take the job. Why? Because it's your job. Okay, what's the job? Work with this resistance group to take down the president of this nation. Oh, that went wrong. Okay, so what do we do next? Regroup. Okay, why? Because it went wrong and we need to get back on our feet. And then you're given the objective to kill the sorceress. Okay, because it's your job. You have context and knowledge of what you're doing and why, which is something this game really lacks.
Here, come on, light Kong.
That's better. think Final Fantasy VI is another good case for the idea of changing objectives that you almost always have context for. The only time you really don't is at the start, like, okay, raid this small town for whatever they've discovered. Why? You don't know. But it's also the beginning, and when you find out, it's because you were mind controlled. Which has direct ramifications on the rest of the plot. And then after that, you have context for everything. That's a dumb reason to hate the battle song, because the same is true of like a lot of the other games. It's like, okay, so Final Fantasy VIII. The regular battle theme. Don't be afraid. Is the main battle theme for the entire game. And there are a few occasions where they replace it with something else, like Gullet Landing. But there's also the case of, like, it's still the main battle theme. If you don't like Blinded by Light, because it's the main battle theme, because it's all you're going to hear in the battles, then you probably shouldn't be playing JRPGs. Maybe you should listen to something else while you're playing the JRPGs. That's not Final Fantasy XIII's fault. If anything, I wish this game had a volume slider so I could turn down the noises they're making and turn the music up.
That wasn't so bad.
Yeah, we got a bunch of points. And oh. I forgot that you get additional accessory slots in this game. As well equip Hope with a new accessory then. Alright, so we need to go left, but there's a bunch of enemies to the right. It's a trap. Now let's buff this up.
Here! Come on, Light! Yeah!
Nothing personal.
There we go. He's probably going to kill himself though. How disappointing is it that the kid can't take a claw from a behemoth? What do they feed kids nowadays? Oh yeah? How did you change it in 13.2? Was it different battle themes for different time periods? I think Blind by Light is a decent enough song. I don't have any real issue with it. Get up there. Alright, what do we get? That might be useful. I don't know. Nothing over there, doesn't look like it. Another behemoth.
This would be interesting.
World theme changed if there's enemy on screen. That's fair enough. Yeah, I want to focus on the hobos now, because they'll probably kill the behemoth before I'm finished with them. Or they just won't attack the behemoth at all. That was weird. Well, battle was less than a minute, so that's always nice. Okay, that's progress, so what's this big area? I don't even know where the behemoth was there. Oh, we didn't kill it before the stagger went out? Really haven't been paying attention. Go. Now do the heal.
Here!
Just another battle.
Okay. And that was 5 stars for some reason. You know what I'd like more of in video games? Rating systems that make sense. Okay, what was it we just got? The Watchman's something? Amulet. Critical Veil. Alright, that's Ravager done. Oh. No one's that accessory. Yeah, generally, I remember when I first played this, this was something that actually happened a few times during the game. where you've hit everything on the Crystarium that you currently have available. And this is just fighting everything you come across. Not even grinding, because any opportunity you have to grind in this game before Chapter 10 is wasted. It's a waste of time. Like, you just end up sitting on varying points. Which is especially weird because of how the game could very easily control all the experience you get. It's kind of like in a... Oh, we left Hope behind. It's kind of like in... Is Hope just going to appear next to us? Thanks to follow, XIII. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Yeah, it's kind of like in Knights of the Republic, when you... Oh, thank you for the raid as well, XIII. Let's put the raid alert on. I don't like that it doesn't do the raid alert when people raid with less than a certain number. Just pretend that says XIII with summoned one persona. He can fend for himself. Yeah, it's kind of like in Knights of the Republic during the first fight with Malik, which the game decides to say, oh no, you can't possibly stand up to Malik. And you really can, you'll wipe the floor with him, which is especially weird when the game strictly controls the level and you could very easily predict what level you would be at that point. Oh, you just finished 13 yourself? Nice. Doing okay, XIII. How are you doing? Did you enjoy 13?
That's it, Hope.
I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. And the follow-up, super brilliant. Get him.
Here. Come on, Mike.
I feel like the medic should probably have Esuna by now.
Nothing versus.
What a coincidence. It is also 11:30 for me. Oh, it's 11:34 now for me. And this is also my first time replaying it since I finished it back on PS3 years ago. Although we're currently playing it on Xbox One via backwards compatibility. You want to take a look there? Xbox One. What a coincidence.
Come on, Light. Good call.
I think we're in like chapter 5 at the minute.
Here.
Yeah, we're in the UK. English. In English. I'm in English. Yes. How is the PC version? Because video games is life. Was talking earlier about how the PC version of 13 is actually pretty bad. I've never seen 13 specifically on PC, but I remember around the time a lot of Square's PC ports were really bad to begin with. You know, I hadn't really thought about it, Teak, but now that you mention it, yeah. 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 I didn't kill these people.
Bad luck.
The AMD.
They came looking for us.
That's not surprising.
And found something worse.
We can't just leave them like this.
Don't touch anything! Control your emotions. If you want to survive,
Control your emotions,
forget
I say
about
as
sympathy.
I push you over angrily because you're about to touch something.
How can I explain?
With words, Lightning. Use your words.
Think of it like a strategy. Focus on your ultimate goal and shut out everything else. Still your mind. Move.
What
on
is our
instinct.
goal? We don't know.
Let doubt take over, and despair will cripple you.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Strategy.
Piece of
Good.
wood too powerful. Yeah.
I'll take anything to help me get through this. I'll call it Operation Nora.
Nora.
My mother's name.
Your revenge?
Yes.
Yeah,
Don't
I
tell
remember,
me.
like, a bunch of
I know getting revenge on him
Japanese-made console games that were ported to PC around the time
Bring her back.
was specific
I know
with the
that.
resolutions. Like Dark Souls was a really poor
But Sarge
PC
won't
port.
cut it.
Snow didn't kill your mother. The Sanctum did.
Whose side are you on?
The side of truth.
Okay. It's a fair point though, like Dark Souls, it makes sense that there's a
I'll fight the
fan
Sanctum
fix,
with you. I'll learn to
fan-made
survive.
patch for Final Fantasy 13 that makes it more playable.
How can you judge someone else when you know that you're the same? Even I have dark secrets. Secrets I'd rather forget.
Wow, you missed that bright green. Oh, okay, the bodies are gone. You missed the bright green flashing light and the beeping noise. What was it? The tracker Leon throws at Ashley in RE4? Do some pulls. That's fair enough. It's always really good when the fans will fix terrible ports. It was nice of these guys to wait here for us while we had that conversation.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah, it's always good when the fans will put out stuff to fix that kind of thing, to make stuff playable. Having to drop German in high school because I kept getting German and French words mixed up. That's fair enough. I've never finished FF12. I have it on PS2 and I never finished it, I got bored with it. I've got the Zodiac Age and I've been meaning to go through it for a while. After this, we're not doing Final Fantasy. After we finish this, we're not doing Final Fantasy probably until the 200 follower mark. Because we have Final Fantasy 5. This is the game we're playing because we hit 150 followers. When we hit 200, we're going to do Final Fantasy 15, like all of it. Yeah, I've kept up with the various versions of 12 and the differences. And I do look forward to playing. It's just about finding the time, honestly. So after this, we're doing a bunch of stuff. Legend of Dragoon, Resonance of Fate, Trails in the Sky, Nier. Like, we got a bunch of stuff lined up after this. Yeah, I'm very much the same way. I finished 15. By the time I got to the end of 15, because I have done it before, my entire strategy was to try not to die and spam patience. I don't know, I don't feel like 60 FPS would help 15 part system.
Here, come on, Light.
Like that. Alright, thanks for joining us, Clem. You take care of yourself, buddy, and we'll catch you next time.
No problem.
Somebody give Clem a shout out, please. Clem's a cool dude, worth checking out. For anybody in the chat who doesn't follow Clem, cool dude. Thanks for trying video games. Also basic attacks, but not fire protect attack areas of combat.
Stay down.
The dodging was always a problem for me in
Time to switch it up.
15.
Here.
Like just hold the button and anticipate attacks rather than actually dodging.
Here.
Keep up with me, Hope.
Yeah. Thanks for trying video games. It's mod-only commands, so people can't shout themselves out. But I appreciate the attempt. And thanks for the shower, Steiner.
That's how it's done.
I think we'll hit the next save point and call it because it's almost midnight. Yeah, definitely. Oh, there we go. Next save point after this, then. Yeah, 15. I've said before, like, I disliked 13 when I first played it. 15 just disappointed me. Especially with, like... You say third act, I always called it, like, the second half, but I'd have to go through it again to really work out how much of it actually is.
We can win if we stay focused.
But if you've played it, you know exactly the point I'm talking about, where the game just suddenly becomes way more linear all of a sudden, and that's the rest of the game.
Stay down.
And it really does become apparent just how unfinished the game seems to be.
Lightning. Come on, Light.
There we go, good, got it in. See, I've always considered that, and you are right, FF10 is very linear as well.
Keep up with me, Hope.
But there are important differences. A lot of it, I feel, comes down to character interaction, the feel of other stuff in the game. The big problem with 13 isn't necessarily the linearity, it's the fact that it's entirely dungeon-based. There's nothing else to it, there's nothing to explore, there aren't people to interact with, you're just constantly going through dungeons. It's a dungeon crawler, and it's never presented as such, and that's the problem.
That wasn't so bad.
It's kind of a false expectations thing. People expect something else, and they don't expect it to be a dungeon crawler. But it really is. They needed something. Towns to visit, moments to wind down. But when it comes down to it, the entire game, the gameplay of the entire game is just running through these dungeons. There's nothing else. Like, Final Fantasy X had downtime. Yeah. I've not done 13 to our Lightning Returns. Oh.
This is it. Operation Nora.
Why would you run in with a ranged weapon? I agree. FF, the temples in 10, always dreaded them. There's that one temple in Final Fantasy X you go into, and it's like, oh yeah, no, everything's been done for you already. And I'm like, great, this is the best temple. And then you have to do the puzzle on the way out. It's like, oh. You never see it coming. That's what. With me, Hope. Yeah, no, the temples. No, I was never fond of the temples in the I feel like 10 has a bunch of stuff over 13 though. The side activities, the downtime. It's better presented, I think. I've not done Persona 5 Royal yet. I haven't bought it because I bought Persona 5, the collector's edition, and then got the DLC for it. And then Atlas comes out with like, oh yeah, no, here's Persona 5 extras, full price. And I was like, you know what? No. So I haven't bought Royal yet. I'm waiting for it to drop down to a price I'm willing to pay. And I'm probably going to stick with that for a while. That's fair enough. That is fair enough. I have a hard time replaying games anyway. I have a hard time. Nice. There's one thing the stream really helps with me, for me, focusing on actually playing the games. I've been meaning to replay this for a few years now, and I'm finally getting around to it with the stream. And a bunch of other stuff, like we did Devil's Side 2 recently, which I hadn't played before, and I've been meaning to do for years.
Follow my lead, Hope. Good call.
And like the stream really helped with the focus on that. I'm undecided. I'm gonna do Persona 5 eventually. I'm undecided on whether it's gonna be the original or Royal, but I'm gonna do one of them for the stream.
Come on, Light.
And the problem here seems to be mostly that you're stuck with two characters. When it feels like the damage it's doing and the regularity of its attacks, it feels like something you could do with a person focusing on healing for. There it is. Come on. Honestly, it would probably be weird if lightning was resistant to electric though. I've seen a lot of the DLC for Persona 5 Royal and like the costume stuff. No. The only reason I got the costume DLC for... I wanted the costume DLC for Persona 5, but that was because it came with music, and I'm a sucker for music. And the only reason I got the Persona DLC for 5 was because I bought it in a bundle with the costume DLC, which I bought for the music.
Here! Come on,
Just costumes?
Just hang on!
But I probably will end up picking up the Royal and doing that version for stream at some point. Right.
Here! Come on!
Of course, before that, though, I probably want to go through some of the other Persona games.
Time to switch it up.
Here.
Persona 3. But I also want to do Persona 2. But then with Persona 2, I feel like Persona 2 is best enjoyed with context from Persona 1, which I'm not all that fond of.
Here.
And so it's a case of like I need to decide whether or not I'm going to do Persona 1
Keep up
or
with me,
Persona 2. No, I beat Persona 5.
Come on, Light.
Thanks.
No, I beat Persona 5. I think it ended up being my third most played game on PlayStation 4. Just a thing a few years back where Sony let you see your top 3 most played games on PS4, and Persona 5 was third.
Come on, Light.
Yeah, I did beat it. And like I say, I'm undecided on whether I want to do 1 first, and then work to 2, and then do 3, and then I might as well do 4. And then with 4, I'm undecided on whether I want to do 4 or 4 Golden. I've done them both before. God damn it. I mean, there's not really much of a reason to do Original 4 beyond curiosity. For people who haven't seen it. And stuff like Chie's original voice.
Follow my lead.
I think.
Time to switch it up.
Here.
Yeah. You talk about quality of life, I think 3 is probably worth doing before 4, specifically because 4 has a lot of quality of life improvements. But like, you can do them separate from 1 and 2, completely. I'd rather skip 1, but 2 is best done with knowledge of 1.
Follow my lead.
I suppose it depends how deep I want to get into that. I mean, you could argue that you'll gain a little bit extra from the original Persona if you do Shin Megami Tensei G. It's only a little bit, but it is something. Once you start going down that pipeline, it's pretty tricky. Alright, thanks for joining us, Lyndon. We'll call you Lyndon, Lyndenex, Lynn. Just say Lyndenex, Lyndenex. Thanks for joining us, Lyndenex. Thank you for the follow and the raid. I hope to see you again. And you take care of yourself, buddy. Have yourself a fantastic night. That should not have been a 3-star rating. There we go, Crystarian. Saber's Edge is pretty good. I think Blinded by the Light is better. The Saber's Edge is fine.
Operation Nora, Stage 1 complete.
There we go. Probably gonna call it anyway, next save point.
You did well.
Strange engine in that fight. Okay, so Crystarium expanded now. Let's finish working on medic though. There we go. That's fine. There's Esuna, we want Esuna. Close. That close to Esuna. Alright, and Hope was also working on medic. There we go. Hit that. Why does Hope not get Esuna anytime soon? Yeah, the numbers are really a case of like... The numbers don't really help with how fast they go down in a bunch of cases. Especially as you go further. Yeah, no, have it represented by a meter or something. Alright, and we are currently... How far in? 8 hours, 43 minutes, 31 seconds. Alright, so let's find a nice place to look at. Oh, hey, we're out. Cool.
Let's go.
Tell me what to do. Oh. That's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna call it here. We've been going for about 4 hours. Has Teak gone live? No. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give Teak a shout out for anybody who's interested. Teak will be going live soon, probably, with Final Fantasy IV The After Years. If anyone wants to check that out as part of his turn-based Tuesdays. Cool dude, worth checking out. Shout out for my boy XIII. Teak will not be going live with turn-based Tuesdays because he's very tired. So if you're streaming on Fridays, that mean you're going to be streaming, the next game you'll be streaming will be more Eternal Darkness then, Teak? XIII's a cool dude, also plays a lot of RPGs, currently working his way through Final Fantasy VII Remake, Skies of Arcadia, and Tales of Berseria. Well worth checking out. It's a cool dude, very friendly atmosphere in his chat. What else do we do? Drunken RE2, mate. Fair enough, man. It's your stream. You do you. I mean, Drunken Eternal Darkness with sanity effects happening could be interesting. Excuse me, I hit the button to mute the mic and it just didn't register, so that was great. So now there's a big peak on the mic where I sneezed. Fucking wonderful. I hope it works out for you, Teak. But yeah, that's gonna do for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Sinaclim, Teak, Chansum, Cat Video Games, and Lindenix. I think that's everybody. If I have missed you and you've been in the chat, I apologise, but you were very much appreciated. Thank you so much for keeping company. Everybody, chat is always the best part of streams. We'll be back on Thursday, 8 PM Greenwich Mean Time GMT, with more Final Fantasy XIII, where it looks like we're out of the weird forest, Crystal Forest thing. So, like, we'll see where we end up now. We're back on Saturday with more Skies of Arcadia Legends. Sunday with more Final Fantasy VII. I have fixed the problem that screwed us up last Sunday, so it is working now, and we can continue into June on. And then on Monday with Clem, doing more RE5 co-op, and that's the current schedule. Yeah. In the meantime, the people who shouted out, cool people, recommend checking them out. Also do Chansum also does a lot of RPGs, and he does RPGs on Tuesdays when he isn't completely wiped out. But Teak also does other stuff and is a fun streamer. He's very friendly and totally welcoming. And it's a good time being in Teak's stream. As has become kind of tradition, we're not going to raid anybody. Because, like, what do you really raid with RPGs? I appreciate Lindenix raiding us, but I'm still trying to work out, like, the logistics, risk versus reward of raiding somebody playing an RPG. Even somebody playing Final Fantasy XIII who may be further on than us. And then somebody who was watching this in the chat may not have played the game before, and maybe watching this for the first time. Like, it's a mess that tricky to navigate around. There's no problem, Chansum. We currently do have a couple of people live though that are worth checking out. I will give shout outs. Mr. Charisma is... Oh, that's not the right Mr. Charisma. 1 second. I don't know who that Mr. Charisma is. Mr. Charisma's a cool dude. We raided him a couple of times over Halloween. Because we were doing horror and then he was doing horror. He was doing Siren Blood Curse. Currently playing Enter the Gungeon. He's a really cool dude. A lot of fun. Very friendly. There is also Rebel, who hops in every now and then. He's a cool dude. He's currently playing Resident Evil Remake, I think. Fair warning, yeah, it's Remake. Fair warning, if you check out Rebel's stream, be aware that things get kind of NSFW in his chat. And also Mugen, who is a cool retro streamer who prides himself on playing on actual hardware and is usually worth checking out for something. 1cc attempt stream. I have no idea what that is. Probably arcade boards. All cool people, worth checking out. If you want to keep the stream if you want to keep your stuff going, that you're on Twitch right now and you want to keep going with something, recommend these people. They're cool people. You got one last shout out, Signer? Of course, Magic. Magic isn't currently live. He's running a rerun of his co-op playthrough with his brother that he did of Resident Evil 6 No Hope handgun only. They're running a rerun of when they did that. I was there for a little bit of that, so you might see me in there, in the chat, in the rerun. I was there for some of that. So you might see me in a bit of that in the chat, the rerun, because they also have the chat pop up on screen. But Magic's a cool dude, definitely worth a follow. Very friendly and super cool dude. Always appreciate checking out Magic. Yeah, thanks for that, Signer. But that is it for us today. Once again, I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. Big special thank you to everybody who joined the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Some use. It's good to know that you don't have the sword for no reason. Back on Thursday with more Final Fantasy 13. 8 PM Great Meantime GMT. We'll be doing that. But in the meantime, I want to thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. Take care. Catch you next time, guys. Bye.